Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the October 18th BOE meeting. If everybody would mind standing for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If the district clerk would please take a roll call.
Yes. Adam Smith,
Present.
Deborah Brooks, here. Emily Bays,
Present.
Adam Block,
Present.
Julie Epstein, here. Rachel Gilliard,
She's not currently present.
Nanette Melkonian.
Here.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mrs. Brooks, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, like a motion to recess to executive session to discuss employment matters regarding a particular individual as well as potential litigation.
Do we have a second? Ms. Bays, second. All in favor? That's 6 in favor. None opposed. So we will be hopefully reconvening at 7:30. Thank you.
camera, push it up, and then it's on.
Oh, great.
And then it's just on.
This is all the concerto grosso in G minor, opus 3, number 1. Yeah, I know, I can go back. Anybody's birthday out there? Mr. Scully, is it your birthday? One, sure. 3, 1, 2. follow that to go junior bases. Bases, cello, what happened? That's okay. So that's a little warm-up that we do, that players rhythms on top of each other, 2s against 3s against 4s. So it's a good training. But usually we have to do this. March. Oh, the 4 G for double bass. Good for you, so back.
I played in orchestra last week.
Like me when I walk to the manufacturer, I just get a
My manager.
but also
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to reconvene in public session.
Second.
All in favor? 7-0. Great. Would the district clerk please take the roll call?
Yes. Adam Smith,
Present.
Deborah Brooks,
Here.
Emily Bays,
Present.
Adam Block,
Present.
Julie Epstein,
Here.
Rachel Gilliard,
Here.
Nanette Melkonian,
Here.
And we have some students here for a musical presentation. If you want to please explain.
Yes, we are the Schreiber. Good time. We already played our performance in the audience. We'll play it again. Waiting so patiently for executive council, but we know that there are important things to be taken care of, so I explained that to them. We are playing the Vivaldi Concerto Grosso in G minor, Opus 3, number 11. We're playing the first movement from that. It's a nice little fast toe topper, so enjoy yourself. Don't be afraid to turn around and enjoy the music.
Mrs. Brooks, if you would like to read the recognition, please.
We're going to skip in the order a little bit because we realize there may be some other students here, and we apologize. So the Board of Education would like to recognize the following Paul D. Schreiber High School music students who were either selected to be members or alternates for the New York State School Music Association All-State Ensembles. These students were selected from thousands of students throughout the state based on NISMA solo auditions, as well as previous NISMA scores and their musical experience in our schools and beyond. It is difficult to have even one student selected, so we are extremely proud to have this many students from Port Washington chosen. And if the students are here, they're welcome to stand up. If not, maybe they're listening, but they've all received letters of accommodation from the superintendent prior to today. Michael Capobianco, who is selected for mixed chorus and vocal jazz. Sydney Flisser, selected for mixed chorus. Bryson Schaub, selected for mixed chorus and vocal jazz. Eve Sif-Sher, selected for symphonic band. Gavin Miller, for vocal jazz and mixed chorus. Christopher Williams, alternate chorus. And Yuika Nakahara for alternate orchestra. As always, a tremendous amount of credit goes to the students for their dedication and hard work over many years of music instruction. We also congratulate their current and previous teachers.
So good evening, everyone. It's great to see you both physically here and virtually for those who are watching on live stream. This week is School Board Recognition Week, and school board members take on one of the most important citizen responsibilities, which is overseeing the education of the community's youth. Boards of education guide their local school systems and ensure public schools are flexible and responsive to the needs of the community. And I want to underscore this because some people don't believe this is true. School boards are comprised of volunteers. No, they are not paid. They do not receive a salary or a stipend, the board's favorite word, or any type of compensation for their services. They are individuals within the community who dedicate their time to improving public education, and especially our wonderful system here in Port Washington. So not only do I want to thank President Adam Smith, Vice President Deborah Brooks, our trustees Emily Bays, Rachel Gilliard, Julie Epstein, Adam Block, and Annette Melkonian, I want to actually read some of the things that I'm thankful for, and I created just a little blurb for each of them, and they have no idea what I'm about to say. So, Adam Smith. I am thankful for Adam's commitment to excellence for our students, for our staff, and for the school district. Mr. Smith cares deeply about the district being fiscally responsible, yet ensuring all students in Port receive what they need and deserve. He is an expert of efficiency, community relations, and all things related to security, and his steady hand is appreciated. Deborah Brooks. I appreciate Deborah's continuous concern regarding the health and safety of all of our students. Ms. Brooks possesses the incredible superpower that allows her to laser in on the smallest detail and then share her findings and the potential impact with all of us. She is our policy expert who assists us in providing guidance, consistency, and clarity on how our organization operates. Emily Bays. I appreciate Emily's ability to focus on process, her passion for students, and her valuing the importance of appreciating the big picture. I have learned so much from Emily's ability to think ahead, plan for it, and make sure a process is aligned to the outcome. She is our Madam Legislative Task Force leader. Adam Block. I admire Adam's ability to ask questions, to be the devil's advocate, funny enough, form an opinion, and stick to it, even though it may go against the majority or the grain of what the community feels. I have learned much from the way Dr. Block operates. His perspective of academia at the university level and his ability to, at times, tie it into how we can benefit here in Port is highly valued. Adam is a result-driven trustee who advocates for meetings to end at a decent time, and I hope he continues that tonight. Julie Epstein. I appreciate Julie because she may be the most organized and energetic person I've met in my entire life. She is our NYSBA resident expert and has the incredible ability to synthesize all information, especially anything regarding what other school districts are up to in real time around New York State. Julie is such a positive force for good and a process-oriented leader, and I appreciate her very much. Rachel Gilliar. I appreciate Rachel focusing and advocating for student acceleration, enrichment, and the importance of gifted education. She truly believes poor students must receive an appropriate and challenging education designed to help them achieve their fullest potential. And she is another trustee who has the superpower of lasering in on important details and asking tough but incredibly important questions, and it is very much appreciated. And finally, last but certainly not least, Nanette Milconian. I am thankful for Nanette's passion related to the district providing the finest professional development to all of our teachers and teacher assistants. It's incredibly important to her. For many years, she has worked tirelessly to improve enrichment opportunities for all Port Washington students, and her support for diversity and inclusion is incredibly appreciated. So I want to thank our board trustees for their selflessness, their dedication to the students and the staff here in Port Washington. And we have a certificate not only from myself, but I guess just more important from our Congressman, Tom Suozzi. And a big round of applause for our Board of Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hines, for those nice statements. Next, we're going to move on to item 5 on our agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda. So this is for the meeting today, October 18th, 2022. Can I get a motion for the adoption of the agenda? Ms. Brooks, a second. Ms. Bays, all in favor? 7-0. Thank you very much. So move on to item 6, the opening statement. I want to thank everybody who's here in attendance tonight. I want to thank you, Dr. Hines, for the lovely dinner you just gave us. Just kidding, no. But in all honesty, I do want to apologize to everybody that we ran over about 30 minutes in executive session. We do try to make it back here. We had some important topics we had to discuss, and we actually will be adjourning back to executive session after this meeting. So based on the fact that we're so behind, I'm going to skip my statement and we'll go right into the report of the superintendent. Although I do want to say one thing. Today, for the first time, we do have interpretation services. Actually, it's the second time, but we have a new system, which is iPads. So we are hoping to start building more community involvement at these Board of Ed meetings. And that means for everybody in the community. So we are very proud that for the first time, we now have interpretation services in 50 languages available, I believe, two-way in real time. And if anybody knows anyone who is not attending these meetings due to the language barrier, please let them know that this service will be available moving forwards. And with that.
Great, thank you. Yes, we're very proud of moving that forward. I want to thank our technology department for assisting us in doing so. I have a few updates for the board and for the community, so please bear with me. Usually I'm rather short, not tonight, unfortunately. So playground walkthrough. We have a playground committee which consists of 10 different members. It's a nice eclectic mix of staff and parents. And we've met several times already since September 29th. We've conducted playground walkthroughs of 4 of the 5 elementary schools where we are reviewing the equipment and we will look to make recommendations to the Board of Education by the spring as far as what our thoughts are related to either possible funding sources or any potential next steps as we move forward. So I want to thank our playground committee members. It's a very important topic for sure, at least to me, and I know for the committee members for sure. Now, in case you didn't know, Unity Day is tomorrow. This is a nationwide event led by the National Prevention Center of Bullying, and everyone will be wearing orange tomorrow to promote kindness and acceptance for all. Even though we should be doing this certainly every day, tomorrow we will be recognizing how important that is by wearing orange. And we will be walking around, or I'll be hobbling around, the track at Schreiber High School at 3:15. Please wear anything orange and join us, and especially you, Dave Kirpin, if you're listening, and we know it's your favorite color. So moving forward to the third thing I want to share with you, our DEI Lead Learner Committee met last week for the first time, and we're very excited by this. This committee met with our partners from NYU Metro Center, and we focused on all the different facets of our plan, which consists of data systems, multi-tiered systems of support, professional learning, and family and community outreach. These committees will be meeting once a month for the remainder of this year to achieve the goals that were laid out in our 5-year strategic plan. And the next Lead Learning meeting will take place on October 27th. Next Wednesday, we will hold an information session regarding our aftercare program. We're very excited by this as we move forward. This will take place via Zoom for the parents who may be interested in attending. Our communication office will send out all the pertinent information, so those of you who are interested in that, you can attend that particular meeting, and that will take place within the next day or so. Finally, last but not least, if you remember back in the spring, we had a community forum related to traffic that takes place out here in front of Weber and in front of Schreiber. I want to just let the community know, we are still paying, attention to what the traffic flow looks like and what some of the concerns that were raised during that community forum. I plan on meeting with the chief of police and with our crossing guard and some other staff members to get an indication as far as how things are moving forward in relation to traffic out front of our school buildings here. So more to come on that. And with that, I turn it back over to you, President Smith.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Hines. There is no report today of the district protocol committee, right? That's on the agenda. So, I'm sorry. Oh yeah. And do we have an enrollment report?
Dr. Shields, our night would not be complete unless we had our enrollment report.
Of course. The last enrollment report was calculated on October 12th. At that time, we had 5,259 students. That's 22 more students than we had this time last year.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Shields. Somebody else is on here? No, okay, great. With that, we will open up for community comments. A reminder that we allow up to 3 minutes, and we will make our best effort to answer questions at the following meeting. So do we have any community comments?
Jessica Milwan. Milwani, sorry. Good evening, Jessica Milwani, Port Washington Parents Council. I just wanted to take this opportunity to let the community know that the district's annual winter coat and clothing drive is well underway. We've had an amazing turnout so far in terms of both donations and volunteers. We are still accepting donations at every school building and also directly at the Manor Haven Pool lobby. We're in particular need of men's clothing, sizes extra small through medium, infant clothing, sizes 0 to 24 months, and warm shoes and winter boots for all sizes. So if you'd like to donate, if you'd care to donate or consider it, we will be accepting donations until 10 a.m. on Thursday morning. That's October 20th. We'll be at the pool accepting through Thursday morning between 8:30 a.m. and 10 a.m. On the 20th. So thank you to the community for your incredible generosity. It's been amazing so far. Feel free to drop by, lend a hand, and say hello. Thank you.
There are no more community comments at this time.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on to item 9 of our agenda. Actually, tonight we have 3 presentations. I believe this is the first presentations we've had this school year, so we're actually very excited for all of these. We're going to be hearing from our external auditors. We're going to be hearing a presentation on special education services and a presentation on universal pre-K, which we've greatly expanded this year. So who are we giving the floor to? Mrs. O'Hara?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mrs. O'Hara, the floor is yours for the audit.
Thank you. To your right, actually. So, good evening, everyone. We have Nicole Chubbuck here from our external auditor, Dark Angelo and Company. She has prepared a presentation to go over the district's financials. So Nicole.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. O'Hara and Nicole. I just want to make sure documents were passed out to some board members that were in green binders. These are the documents that you will be referencing and are the most up-to-date ones, is that correct?
Yeah, so what you have in front of you in the green folders, those are your final bound audit reports. The presentation that we're going to go through tonight is actually the copy of the PowerPoint presentation. So we did meet with the audit committee and go over the report in detail, and tonight will be more of a high-level presentation of the audit results, and we'll kind of stick to this PowerPoint slides. Okay?
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, no problem. So like Kathy said, my name is Nicole Chubbuck. I'm from D'Arcangelo and Company. I'm the engagement partner on your audit. Prior to this, I worked as the manager for several years on the engagement, and Tricia Lucas was the partner. We are here tonight to present the results of the audit. Like I said before, we did meet with the audit committee at length and go through the report in detail. Tonight we'll kind of give you the highlights and the high-level overview. So if you want to go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the clicker. There we go. The presentation is broken into three parts. The audit of the financial statements, the audit in accordance with government auditing standards, and the single audit under uniform guidance. And then part C would be the audit of the extra classroom activities. So moving right into part A, which begins on slide number 4. This is your independent auditor's report. So we did issue an unmodified opinion this year on the financial statements. That is a clean audit opinion. It's the best audit opinion that we can issue, and it is what the district has received in the past. Our auditor's report also disclosed an emphasis of a matter paragraph that we did adopt a new accounting standard this year, GASB 87 for leases. It did not have a significant impact on your financial statements this year, as your district only has minimal leases for some copiers, but we did adopt that in the preparation of these financial statements. We also give some detail on management's responsibilities versus the auditor's responsibilities. So it's important to know that management is responsible for the preparation and presentation of the financial statements, and it is our responsibility to prepare the audit in accordance with our professional standards, as well as an expression of an opinion on those financial statements. So on slide 5, in adhering to those professional standards, we do exercise professional judgment, maintain an appropriate level of professional skepticism, perform a risk assessment, and design our audit procedures in response to those risks, and also evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policies used and reasonableness of the significant estimates. I think it's also important to note that we do obtain reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance, that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. So moving to slide 6, we do have required communications. There is a formal letter in your packet, but this is the summary of that letter. Again, like I said, we did adopt the new governmental accounting standard, GASB 87 for leases. Also, there were no transactions entered into this year for which there was a lack of authoritative guidance. And it also points out the estimates that are included in the financials. So there's always estimates that are inherent within the financial statements, the most significant ones being the useful lives of your capital assets, the OPEB liability, which is your other post-employment benefits liability for your post-retirement health benefits, compensated absences, and the net pension asset or liability, which is reported to you by the retirement systems. Moving to slide 7. All journal entries that were, as a result of the audit, have been posted to the district's books. And there were also no significant difficulties encountered in dealing with management in performing and completing our audit. No disagreements with management. Kathy and everyone in the business office was very well prepared for us and very cooperative during our audit, so we appreciate that. Slide 8. We had no new findings or recommendations during this current year. So moving to slide 9, 10, and 11, if you kind of want to look at them in a group, slide 9 kind of gives some overall financial highlights for you to keep in mind when looking at the numbers on pages 10 and 11. On page 10, you can see your total assets, 260.2 million roughly. Remember, this is a summary of your government-wide financial statement, so this is going to be all the district's funds rolled into one, plus long-term assets and long-term liabilities. It's important to note you might see a $76.7 million increase in your current and other assets line. That is due to the district having to recognize a net pension asset for your portion of the retirement system's overfunding. So every participant in the retirement systems has to recognize either an asset or a liability, depending if the retirement systems are overfunded or underfunded. This year, they did switch from a liability position to an asset position, causing that increase in that line. You may also notice long-term liabilities. They decreased about $1.1 million. That's primarily due to your OPEB liability decreasing. So your OPEB liability is reported to you by the district's independent actuary. They changed their assumptions this year. They actually changed their discount rate from 1.9% to 3.7%. That change resulted in a decrease in that liability of about $85 million. Moving to page 11, total revenues on the government-wide were about $176.9 million, the majority of that being in the property taxes and STAR, as well as state and federal sources. You'll see there's a $3.1 million increase in your operating grants line. That's due to the increased funding that you received in response to COVID-19, the Education Stabilization Fund grants, as well as increases in your child nutrition cluster due to the universally free meals being provided. And then also you'll see total expenses on your government-wide totaling about $170.4 million. That's a decrease of about $30.9 million. That decrease is really due to the allocation of your employee benefits expense due to the decrease in the OPEB liability and the change in the net pension liability to an asset position that we talked about. So if you move to page 12, this is analysis of your fund balance in the general fund. This is probably how you're more used to looking at the district's finances. You can see total general fund balance, $23.8 million. That's an increase from last year of about $4.6 million. That's made up of $2.1 in non-spendable and $12.1 million in total restricted. Those are your reserves. I'd like to point out to you your capital reserve there at $2 million. That is your new reserve that was voted on in May, and that has a $15 million maximum over 10 years, and you're currently at $2 million there. Assigned fund balance at the end of the year was $2.5 million. You appropriated $2 million towards your subsequent year budget. That's the same amount that you appropriated last year, leaving your unassigned fund balance at about $6.9 million, and that is exactly 4% of the subsequent year's budget. So that is within the compliance of the New York State requirements. On page 13, you'll see an analysis of your other funds. Total school lunch, you can see at the end of the year was $756,000. That's up last year from the $142,000. Again, that's due to the increase in the federal reimbursements, from that universally free lunch program. Your miscellaneous special revenue fund is primarily your scholarships. Your debt service fund would be the amounts restricted to pay future principal and interest payments. And then your capital projects fund is currently sitting at $52 million deficit. That's just due to the short-term financing on your ongoing projects. Once you have permanent financing, when the projects are completed, that deficit will be eliminated. So moving into Part B on slide 15, this is a summary of our governmental auditing standards report, commonly referred to as the Yellow Book. We are required to issue a report on internal control and on compliance. This was a clean report as well. We had no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, and no instances of noncompliance. Page 16 summarizes your single audit report under the uniform guidance. So just as a refresher, if you spend over $750,000 in federal grant money, you are required to have what we call a single audit. The district's total federal grant expenditures were about $6.3 million this year. So you did need to have a single audit. We did consider you a low-risk auditee, so what that means is if you've had 2 single audits in the previous 2 years with no significant deficiencies or question costs, we can consider you a low-risk auditee. So that's kind of a feather in the district's cap that you can be considered low risk. The program that we tested was the COVID-19 Education Stabilization Funds. It was about $1.5 million of expenditures and about 24% of your total federal grant expenditures. And then part C is extra classroom. So similar as we have done in prior years, I'm sorry, slide 18. Similar as we have done in prior years, we did qualify the opinion on extra classroom. We do this for all of our school districts just due to the nature of the clubs and the activities that the students do. We are unable to extend our audit procedures to the actual point of collection when the students collect the money. We can't begin auditing it until it's actually turned over to the central treasurer. So that's the reason for that qualification. On page 19, we did not have any new findings in extra classroom, but we did have to follow up on the previous year findings. One being inactive clubs. In the past, we had recommended that the district review any inactive clubs to determine if they should be closed and have the funds transferred out. This year, we did note 9 clubs without any financial activity. And then also, we had a recommendation the prior year regarding student ledgers. So every club should have 2 ledgers, one maintained by the students and one maintained by the central treasurer. We noted 13 clubs in the current year that did not submit a club ledger. We also noted some clubs that did not submit their paperwork to the central treasurer, so we were unable to review to see if a ledger was completed. And on the next page, we did give you a summary of your clubs. You do have approximately like 79, 80 clubs, but we did summarize them here for you by school. And you'll see there's a total of about $290,000 sitting in there at June 30th. That does bring me to the end of my presentation. Is there any questions? Sure.
We're just going to go, should we just go, raise your hand on the board if you have questions, and we'll go just down the table. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm Deborah Brooks. Welcome. So I'm going to go to page 18 because this seems to be something that was left over from last year. And if I understand you correctly with the extra classroom activity funds, it hasn't been rectified yet. Am I correct in understanding that?
Are you talking about the findings of the inactive clubs and the student ledgers?
Yes.
Yes.
So are there any recommendations you can make to help us rectify that? Is it something that was discussed with the audit committee or with
so
Ms. O'Hara's office?
we sometimes would recommend additional training. We also sometimes recommend somebody's doing like a spot check throughout the year to see if the ledgers are being completed. It is a very common issue with the extra classroom activity funds at a lot of our districts.
Because there are many students involved in this, and they're well-intentioned, and they're very excited and very involved in their clubs, but they are still students, and they do need guidance, so.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it would be very helpful, I think, to always do training with your advisors as well as the students, and then also, like I said, if you had someone that could be checking to make sure that the student ledgers are being completed, maybe periodically throughout the year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Epstein?
And maybe Ms. O'Hara can go address this more. This was our conversation within the audit committee because every year we have the same discussion. And some of the conversations that came up as far as recommendations is we did implement last year with the treasurer She did increase her training, I believe, Ms. O'Hara, that was correct. And I think we've talked about continue that training as well as looking at other alternatives to eliminate or lessen some of the cash intake and move to a more electronic system so that we could potentially have a ledger keeping that way and also less cash. In addition to that, some of the conversations that came up, that some of the numbers we don't know which is cash and which is electronic. Some of our clubs are using electronic mechanisms, so kind of getting a firm handle on that and looking into it. So those were the discussions in the audit committee that we have watched and will continue to watch, and we can evaluate again at the end of the year when we're looking at this as well. So just to lend some insight to the board.
Dr. Block.
So I made this comment at the audit committee. I made this comment at the audit committee last year, and I'm going to make it here for the board. I don't think this is a big deal. I think this is immaterial amounts of money. I think we're having a discussion about whether we should crack down on student-run clubs and make sure that their accounting is appropriate. I think our clubs are doing a pretty good job, and they don't have to do a perfect job.
Great. Anybody else? I do remember you saying that last year as well.
I look forward to saying it next year.
I'm sure you will. Great. Did you have anything else to say?
I just want to thank, so Nicole is our new managing partner that is going to be taking over from Trisha Lucas, who is in the audience and has been great for this transition and has been great guiding us in the past. I want to thank Trisha so much for helping make this transition seamless. And also, Nicole, wonderful, thank you for coming on and being so thorough and clear and concise in everything that we need to have presented. So we really do appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. It's our pleasure.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Thank you. Great. Well, a clean audit report is always a good thing. Yeah. So moving on to item 9.2, which is our presentation on special education services. Is that Dr. Allen?
Yep.
Dr. Allen, if are you going to take the podium? We know you do.
All right, is that better? There we go. All right, thank you very much for having me here tonight. I just want to say that really the last time I had the pleasure of talking about our programs in special education was back in January of 2020, right before the closure. And despite everything that went on these last couple of years, you'll see as we go through this that there's really been some nice improvements and expansions, and then some work that we still need to do in the department. So thank you for indulging me. And you should all have copies of the presentation there. Okay, how do I forward this? Oh, there we go. Okay, I always like to start off a little bit with these presentations in terms of saying who we are in PPS, because a lot of people don't understand necessarily what Pupil Personnel Services is. And really, we're responsible for the provision of all the special education, Section 504, and then nursing services for our students here in Port Washington. Right now, our administrative team includes me, assistant superintendent, and I have two amazing assistant directors, one who's new that just joined us this year, but he's already hitting the ground running, and it's been fantastic to have him on board. Right now, we have approximately 900 students classified with IEPs, and that is about 97 at the CPSE level, which I'll talk about in a second, and 833 at the CSE level. That also gives us a total of 930 students. Our district staff, which I kind of outlined for you there, I'm not going to read everything to you, but the total department minus outside consultants is 112 staff members. So it ranges from special ed teachers, our speech therapists, clerical, nurses, psychologists, teacher of the deaf, all that. So what do? We make sure that all of our students' IEPs and Section 504s are being followed. They're implemented correctly, they're being followed, everybody understands what they need to be doing, we provide training as needed, whatever we need to do for our students in that regard. CSE, just to clarify, stands for the Committee on Special Education, and that includes our students that are in kindergarten through 12th grade. And then CPSE is the Committee on Preschool Special Education, which is our students that are ages 3 through 5. That is managed by the county, but we as the district mediate those services and make sure that the meetings take place and that the students are getting the programs and supports that they need. We also oversee the provision of a lot of different agencies and the support that they would provide. These include things like occupational therapy, physical therapy, behavior consultation, so on and so forth. I have a few up there on there. I won't read it all to you. Orientation and mobility is one that I do mention because I have it listed as O&M. That might be a student that has a vision service and needs to learn how to navigate a building safely. So we would have a therapist to that with that student. We also make sure that the services of our students in out-of-district placements, not only for CSE students, but students at the CPSE level, are being handled correctly. And that, for us right now, includes about 40 different state-approved schools. We do have here in Port Washington what's considered a district of location school, and that's Vincent Smith. So Port Washington is responsible for the special ed services for students placed at Vincent Smith should parents decide they want to avail themselves of those services. So we also take care of that. And then the last thing that my department does is we oversee the implementation of home instruction services. So if we have a student that might be out for a medical reason, my office takes care of that, make sure it's handled, make sure the student's getting what they need to get. And then any students that might be homeschooled by their parents, meaning that the parents themselves are providing the education, we oversee the IHIPS, which is the Individualized Home Instruction Program for those students. Back in June of 2019, New York State Ed Department came out what they call a blueprint for special education. And this really gave us an outline of what they felt districts needed to be doing to make sure that the outcomes for our students in special education were getting students to exactly where they needed to be. It also involved what's called the State Performance Plan Indicators, which started back in like the early 2000s. Every year, there's a rotating list of about 6 different performance indicators that are rotated throughout the state that we have to report on. This year, we're reporting on indicator 11, which is child find. We make sure that all of our students, by law, from the minute that the parent writes that letter to the date we are entering into the board approval on the agenda, happens within 60 days. Within the next couple of years, and I know we're going to talk about transition later in these slides, we will be handling the state performance plan indicators for transition in the next couple of years, which involves a self-review of the department and our IEPs and what we're doing there. So basically, in terms of this blueprint, it kind of outlines different things for students, for parents, for schools, our teachers. We want to make sure that our students are self-advocating for themselves. We're increasing their level of independence. We're engaging our parents in the process. We have our teachers that are providing specially designed instruction and research-based interventions. That as a district, we're providing multi-tiered systems of behavioral and academic supports for our students. We have high-quality inclusive programs, and we also finally provide that instruction in career development and opportunities for our students to participate in work-based learning opportunities. Okay, so the way I have the rest of the presentation outlined for the most part, I'm going to go basically from least restrictive to most restrictive in terms of the services that we provide. This aligns to section part 200, I should say, and the continuum of services that we have. So I'm not going to read this because, like I said, I'm going to go through each of these in turn, but it does give kind of an outline of the next several slides for us. So the lowest level of service that a student might get through either the CPSE or the CSE is considered related services. These are listed on a student's IEP. It's decided by the Committee on Special Education, or CPSE, and it is going to be listed on there with a ratio, frequency, and duration. What's the service? How many students are being served at a time? For how long? And for how often? Again, I'm not going to read the whole list to you, but it's kind of a list of the different related services we offer here. And I do want to outline that we also provide consultation services. The difference between a related service and a consultation service is the direct support to a student. When we have a related service like speech therapy, a speech therapist is working directly with that student X number of times per week on specific goals outlined by an IEP. If we have a student that gets a speech therapy consultation, however, it's usually an indirect support. So the speech therapist is going to be working with whoever the support people are, the general education teachers, It could be special area staff. It could be an aide that's working with the student to make sure that those people know what they need to be doing to support the growth of the student in that particular area. So those are really the two different ones that we have. After we go to from related services, the next in line is something called consultant teacher services. In this model, we have a special education teacher that's assigned directly to a student who works with that student in a general education classroom. We break it down by either indirect or direct, and the IEP would specify that. Indirect, similar to what I mentioned before about consultation services, it's indirect to the student. The special education teacher is working with whoever the staff members are to make sure that they are doing what they need to do. They're modifying, they're accommodating, they might make suggestions on different accommodations to use for a student, even if it's not listed on the IEP, but we want to make sure the student's getting the support indirectly from that special education teacher. When we talk about a direct support, that special ed teacher is pushing right into the classroom and working in that general education classroom, providing specially designed instruction to a group of students targeting a specific skill. We see that at our elementary school, they might push in during a reading block. They take a few students, they're going to work on something similar to what's going on in the classroom, but they're targeting specific skills for those students while they're in there. We have similar models at Weber and Schreiber where they would push into different classes. By law, by Part 200, we have to provide consultant teacher services for a minimum of 2 hours per week. It can be more, but minimum we have to do it 2 hours a week. And, which we get to resource room on the next slide, if we decide to combine the two, it has to be a minimum of 3 hours per week. So we can do resource room a few times a week with the addition of consultant teacher, but it has to add up to the 3 hours per week. So now we talk about resource room. Now it's the first time we're really going to start pulling a student out of a classroom for a decent amount of time. I'll say that. Again, it has to be that minimum of 3 hours per week. At the elementary school, we either pull out 5 times a week or 4 times a week, depending upon the schedule in the building. Obviously, at Weber and Schreiber, it's built into their schedule. It's a scheduled period of their day. At Schreiber, it's an hour-long period. At Weber, it follows the model that we have, the 42-minute block. Students there are pulled out. They're provided specially designed supplementary instruction. That's really important. It's not necessarily remediation. That's what differentiates special education from an AIS reading support or a math support, is now we're doing something above and beyond in terms of instruction to make sure that we're identifying specific skill deficits and targeting those skill deficits. This would be provided to a student in a group of no more than 5, and I mentioned already for a part of the day. We're fortunate here in that we do have grade-specific groups where the students are based on similar needs and they have the same social, physical, academic, and management goals or needs on their IEP that the special education teacher can work on. In the resource room specifically, I just want to highlight that we do provide pre-teaching, reteaching in the content areas, reading, writing, and math. We're also differentiating our instruction in the resource room as well. And other things we might target are study skills, organizational skills, time management, all as they relate to the student's academic progress. From there, we go up to integrated co-teaching, and I'm very excited to say that this is the first year we've had a full inclusion model at our elementary level. So that's very exciting. We have it now at SUSA, we have it at Weber and Schreiber. So now we provide services with a special education teacher in a classroom alongside their non-disabled peers. We have a model here, best practice, 1 special education teacher and 1 general education teacher at all times. And I air quote all times because it's during the academic instruction. The special education teacher, when you go into that classroom, you really should not be able to tell the difference between the 2 teachers or the students. They're doing what they need to do for all of the students. They co-teach, they co-plan, they co-assess. The difference or the distinction, I'll say, for the special education teacher is they have the primary responsibility of making sure those IEP goals are being addressed and that our students are progressing appropriately in the program. We also want to make sure that they're doing the correct program modifications and test accommodations. We are currently working with a consultant at SUSA and hopefully in the future at Weber and Schreiber, and we do encourage and support the use of their 6 different models of inclusion. I won't list them all for you, but that is something that we are working with our staff on in terms of staff development. This is just a graphic, so you can see, but I kind of said it already. SUSA, we have K through 5. Weber, it is provided in 6 through 8 in the content area subjects. At Schreiber, we have it right now in grade 9 and 10. And you'll see in 9th grade, it's again the 4 core. And in grade 10, we have it in geometry and earth science. Important to note too, at Weber and Schreiber, they have a backup support period scheduled into their day, which is just the special education teachers with the special education students to work on any pre-teaching or reteaching that may need to happen. Now we go on to special classes. That's our next in the continuum. These are classes of students just with IEPs, students with disabilities. They've grouped together, similar functional needs, and they're provided with specially designed instruction all day with a special education teacher. Oftentimes, we'll have at least one teaching assistant in there that is there to support the students and make sure they continue to progress as they need to. I said it before, but they are grouped similar needs. You'll hear us talk in special ed often about a functional grouping, and we want to make sure that our students' needs are similar in terms of their social, physical, academic, and management needs, which are all outlined on the IEPs. We're fortunate here to offer 4 different types of special class programs, and I'm going to go through each of them in turn, but just so that you know our acronyms. RISE is our elementary program that stands for Reaching Individual Success Through Education. MILE is our middle school program, Modified Instructional Learning Environment. TLC is Transitional Learning Class, and INVEST is our Individuals in Needs of Vocational, Educational, and Social Transition. So when we look at RISE and MILE, RISE is elementary, MILE is the middle school model. RISE we have currently in kindergarten through grade 5. Our ratio is a 12-1-1, meaning that there's no more than 12 students, 1 teacher, and 1 teaching assistant. Those classes right now are housed at both Guggenheim and Daly. I'll show a little schematic in a bit. Students are presented with grade level curriculum. They participate in the same state and district assessments as everybody else. I like to say, even though this is an elementary program, it is still regions bound. We are preparing our students for the high school and for regencies. So that's where we're headed. Our students can be mainstream for electives in any kind of general education class as appropriate. If they have a strength in social studies, instead of spending time in the RISE class, they might go into a general education class on the same grade level and participate in the general education class. From RISE, if you still need a special education class, you might move into the MILE program, which is at both Weber and Schreiber in grades 6 through 12. Our ratio does change a little bit. It goes to a 15-1, no more than 15 students, one teacher. Again, our goal is to increase independence and the student's ability to self-advocate. So that's why we increase that. Same grade level curriculum as everybody else. In ELA, math, science, and social studies, they take the same state assessments, and again, just like in RISE, they can be mainstream for electives and any other general education classes as appropriate. So that just gives you a little drawing of where we have right now. Guggenheim, K1 and 2 is at Guggenheim, and Daly has grades 3, 4, and 5. So assuming at the end of 2nd grade you still require it, you would move over to Daly for 3rd grade. And then MILE, we offer it in 6, 7, and 8. ELA, science, social studies, math. I do point out that in our MILE program at Weber, we'd have a dedicated speech therapist who works with the students during both ELA and social studies. A lot of vocabulary, content development, things like that. And at Schreiber, I break it all down there for you as well. You'll see as they move up in the grade levels, we don't offer as many sections because just at this point, we haven't had the need. Math I have there is grade 11 though, like I'll just point that out. That's a newer class within the last couple of years. It's called Foundations of Personal Finance. Many of our students do take it in 11th grade, but they can take it in 12th depending upon their schedules. So we're constantly taking a look at those classes. Okay, TLC and INVEST. TLC is our elementary program. Again, K through 5. The ratio here is 8-1-2. 8 students, 1 teacher, 2 teaching assistants. There is a dedicated speech therapist to the program. And the classes right now are housed at Manor Haven and Guggenheim. Our curriculum here, however, now is functional academics, and our students participate in the NYSA, New York State Alternate Assessment. They're not going to take the same state assessments as everybody else. The state does provide us criteria. It is a portfolio assessment, and they are graded on the same rubric as the students that take the regular state assessments. INVEST now is our secondary program for students in grades 6 through 12. At Weber, it continues to be an 8-1-2, and at Schreiber, we moved to a 12-1-1. Same curriculum, it's functional academics, they take the NISA. As we move into Weber and Schreiber, however, there is an increased focus on vocational training for our students. For example, our students at Weber participate in the school store. And last year, in September of 2021, we opened up our PACE lab at Schreiber, which we're very excited to have as well. This stands for Practical Assessment Exploration System. It provides transitional assessments, employability profiles, and hands-on tasks in a lab-like environment to help our students develop the skills they need in different areas to be successful in the world of work after they graduate. There's just a little thing for TLC and Invest. I want to point out it's important that this is just 4 sections in the district. So Manor Haven has 1 section. It is across grade levels, K1 and 2. Guggenheim would be a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. Keep in mind, again, our students are grouped based on functional grouping. So it's not necessarily about their grade level. When we're here, we do have a requirement to make sure that the students are no more than 36 months apart in age, but they are all similar in terms of need. So that's the, obviously we also have out-of-district programs and stuff, but when we talk just about what we offer here in Port Washington, the next thing I want to highlight is our extended school year program. We've always offered an extended school year program. In the past, it's been what's called a related service program only. So a student might be approved for resource room services 3 times a week. There would be a resource room teacher assigned to that student who would coordinate a schedule with a parent 3 hours a week to make sure the student's getting what they need. We've changed that a little bit, which I'll talk about in a minute. But when we talk about extended school year, this is the provision of special ed services to students during the summer for that 6-week period of time to prevent, and Part 200, substantial regression. And the guideline that they give for us is that it takes them more than 10 weeks to get back to where they were when they left us in June. So how do we decide that? Because we have to make that recommendation at the CSE. We take data throughout the year over those long weekends or extended breaks, holidays, and if we're seeing that there's some fall off there, then we can extrapolate that they would need the extended school year program as well. Very important distinction with ESY is that this is about maintenance of skills. It's not about the progression of skills. So as such, the goals for ESY continue to be the goals from the previous year. We want to keep them where they were. So in the summer of 2021 was the first time we actually offered in-person classes for our students in TLC and Invest. And this is so important. Again, I know, we'll talk a little bit. I have a portrait of a graduate. When we're talking about getting our students ready and the most prepared they can be, having that in-person summer consistency in a class where they come, they take a bus, they work with a teacher for 3 hours a day is tremendous. The feedback we've gotten is just absolutely wonderful, not only just from parents, but the students themselves. They look forward to coming back, and the staff. Last summer, in summer of 2022, we actually expanded it to include our RISE program. So in the first summer, we had 4 classes. Last summer, we had 8 classes. So we doubled the amount of students we were actually able to serve. And then the last part I think I want to talk about is transition services. So I did take the definition right out of Part 200 in terms of what it is we need to be doing for our students. And I'm not going to read it to you. You can have it in the PowerPoint. But the important thing that we need to stress here is that when we look at transition, and this is for all students that have IEPs at the secondary level, we want to make sure that we're structuring our activities to make sure they're getting the appropriate instruction, related service, community experiences, employment, or any other kind of post-secondary adult living situations that they need. And for some of our students, we need to take a look at daily living skills. So this crosses all of our classified students at the high school. It's not just for our most impaired students. And I think that's really important for me to highlight. So why do we do transition? What's important about it? We have to make sure that we're identifying their strengths, preferences, interests, and needs. We develop those measurable post-secondary goals based on age-appropriate assessments. And really what we need to answer for ourselves is how do we as a district, how do we as teachers support our students to get to those goals? What do we need to do? Who is our student today? Who do they want to be in the future? And how are we going to help them be successful? It's really, really important. This is reflected in the IEP in a few different sections. One section is the PLEPS, one of our favorite acronyms, Present Levels of Educational Performance. Also in our measurable post-secondary goals, coordinated set of activities, transition needs, courses of study, and annual goals. So there's a big chunk of a student's IEP that once, and we'll talk more in a second about age-wise, that we are really honing in on all of these skills for our students. Transition's an ongoing process too. It doesn't happen once and then end, it happens continuously. So when does it happen? Starting at age 12, for any student that's either classified or referred to the CSE for the first time, after 12, we have to complete transition interviews, and those are parent and student. We also, in some cases, do teacher interviews. These interviews are used to determine vocational skills, aptitudes, and interests. We do these every year starting at that age of 12. When I mentioned before that they're age appropriate, obviously the questions change and they become a little bit more complicated over time or nuanced over the course of time. But starting at that very early age, we got to get that trajectory going for our students to make sure we're getting them where they need to. And then I mentioned before that big section of the IEP, that starts at age 15. Now we complete the entire transition section of the IEP. Again, it's completed annually. I'm not going to repeat everything I just said before, but it's about the PLEPs, the goals, things like that. When I mentioned earlier about the state performance plan indicators, when we talk about indicator 12 and 13, it specifically targets this section. So we have to hone in on this, make sure we're doing what we need to be doing, that everything's filled out correctly, and that at the end of the day, our students are getting what they need. Okay? In terms of what we do for transition currently, again, we start at age 12, so that starts when they're at Weber. They do those interviews. We create folders for them. Those folders move up to Schreiber with them. Some of the things that we do right now in 10th grade, some of our students, and I highlight some, of our students take a trip to BOCES to take a look at what potential vocational programs they can participate in come 11th and 12th grade. In 11th grade, some of our students take a trip to Queens College to learn about a college environment, a college setting. In 12th grade, most of our students are provided access to Access VR, where we'll set up an appointment for them. The person will come on site. Access becomes a little bit, bless you, more parent-driven, but we will facilitate that initial appointment for the parents. There's things that we still have to look at in terms of self-directed IEPs that we talk about for some of our students, different opportunities through Naviance when our students work on things like that, and just other job opportunities for our students. So where does that take all of us? My favorite topic, diplomas, credentials, and certificates. All of our students in special education have access to an advanced Regents or Regents diploma. And I have in parentheses there with or without a CDOS, which I'll talk about in a couple of bullet points down. And that's really where I think we should be starting when we're talking about all of our students. How do we get them to that advanced Regents or Regents diploma if they're capable of doing that? The next option our students with disabilities have is for a local diploma, again, with or without a CDOS. There's a few different ways that students can get a local diploma. First is with the low pass safety option. Regents, in order to pass, you have to have a 65. For our students with disabilities, they can get as low as a 55, and it's still considered a passing score. There's another option called the compensatory safety net. They can get 55 or higher on both the EL and math, and then lower on their social studies and sciences. I like to talk about it as borrowing points. We got a higher score on these, we can kind of compensate for the lower scores on this end, and that gives us another opportunity towards a local diploma. Another option is a pathway option, where they can do 4 assessments and then another full pathway in an area. So they take multiple humanities, multiple arts, multiple STEAM or STEM classes, and that would give them the +1 and take the place of a Regents that they might need. And then the last option, I mentioned it, it's not a popular option. The state doesn't really like us to do it, but it's for students that may have passed Regents classes. They did well, they've demonstrated success. However, despite multiple attempts and additional supports, they're not able to actually pass the Regents, even with some of those low pass and compensatory safety net. So there's a portfolio that's put together, and the superintendent can weigh in on what's called the superintendent's determination. The CDOS credential, I mentioned it up there. CDOS, Career Development and Occupational Studies. This is a commencement credential. It's important to say that because it's not a diploma. It doesn't take the place of a diploma. But a student can leave school or exit school with just a CDOS. This talks about and identifies those students who are prepared for entry-level employment after high school. They have to participate in 54 work-based learning hours. They also complete a career plan and employability profiles as part of that. And then our last option, which is the Skills and Achievement Commencement Credential. This is for our students that participate in NYSA. And they have demonstrated academic career development and foundational skills that are required or necessary for post-secondary living and the world of work after they leave us. Okay. Just a reminder, and I mentioned it before, because this is where we're all going. It starts from kindergarten all the way up to our portrait of a graduate. Every single one of those spokes on that wheel is just as important for our students in special education, and we have to start it in kindergarten, and every single step I talked about here tonight is important in getting our students to that point. I just want to focus on graduation rates for a second. Column number 1 is the district Port Washington graduation rates over the last 5 years. District means that this includes our out-of-district students as well. So our students that might attend BOCES programs, and we have a little less control over what happens, but I think that's something when I have the little bulleted point there about focusing more on our transition program, we have to take a look at those students. And then for our students in the column there that says Schreiber High School, that is just the students at Schreiber, okay? Yeah. So, where do I want to go? We have to restructure our transition program. There are things that are happening, but it's kind of piecemeal. We have to get it together into a program. I use the word program a lot, and I think it's so important to highlight that a program is all-inclusive, everybody's on board, everybody knows what we need to do, we have procedures and practices in place. And I can't commend the high school enough, the special ed department up there. They do a tremendous amount and take such ownership of our students, and I have to work closer with them, wrap my arms around what's going on so that we really can create that transition program for our students that they deserve. We have to continue to develop that extended school year program that ties into me right hand in hand with transition and graduation rates, and make sure our students are getting what they need, that they don't regress over the course of time. I pointed out earlier that our RISE program and our TLC programs are not in the same building, and that is something that I am looking to change. Again, it needs to be a program in one building where they're part of a culture and a community. The staff is there, the staff is prepared, they understand the needs of our students, rather than having them bump around every couple of years. And then just continue my work that I've been doing with the staff over the last couple of years in terms of professional development on reading, what we're doing with ICT writing, and even Section 504 accommodations. Thank you. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So trustees, if you have questions, I think we'll start this way, and we'll just work our way down the table. So I think Dr. Block is at the end.
No questions. Thank you very much.
I know Ms. Bates has questions.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Thank you for going through this. I have to say, I do remember back January of 2020, but it's a blur.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for doing this, and thank you for pointing everything out. I just want to ask a quick question before I ask you some other questions. The graduation rate slide was special education student numbers? Okay, I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
So your vision for the future, I guess my question, and as Dr. Hines pointed out today, my quality is by looking at the big picture and looking towards the process and putting systems in place. You point out that you'd like to restructure the transition program, that you feel that it's more of a piecemeal now and we need more of a program. Could you elaborate on that? Do you have any vision on what that would look like or how that would change? Because you do point out earlier that there is a transition program in place. What would you like to change?
So I think the first thing that I mentioned when I was talking about that is that some of our students have access to those things, not all of our students, right? So that's problem number one in my book. I have to make sure that all students have access. If all students want to go to BOCES and see what happens at BOCES, all students should have, and that's just a quick example. We have an agency right now that does do some piecemeal vocational work for us. I've already started meeting, the work has to be done. I've already met with him to talk about how can we expand our opportunities for our students, how do we secure other job sites for some of our students that want to go out and do that CDOS work. We need to have some sort of, for lack of a better term, like a catalog. Where can students go? And coming with that also involves work with the transportation department. How are we getting our students to all of these different sites? They're entitled to it. They should be able to get there. And again, it's all of them. It's not just our students that are in resource room programs or the students in our life skills program. It could be any of them. Parent workshops, we really have to engage our parents in this process. When I was preparing for some of this, I had the opportunity to meet with Christy McLear, who's a special ed chairperson at the high school. And one of the biggest struggles she has at this point in time is figuring out how to educate parents of the importance of all of this work that happens at the high school. So that might be me partnering with parents, me partnering with SEPTA, partnering with our district-wide social worker, something to take a look at how to get all of that done. So those are just a couple of ideas.
That sounds like a lot of me time for you. I mean, is this something that you think can be put under your belt of, or do you think it's something that we should look at maybe creating a transition administrator? I don't want to say the word administrator, but a transition something. Like, do you think it would be enough to have, because it is, I agree with you, it is a critical part of what we provide services, because ultimately, as you said, we have to get our students ready to step out of our building and into the real world. So do you think it's you, Dr. Allen, added responsibility, or do you think it's something that we as a Board of Education should be looking to create another maybe position?
I think right now, because I got a little sidetracked by something called COVID, me personally, I have to get a handle on this first. And so to answer your question, maybe in the future, there's some other conversation that comes from this, but right now, I do feel that it is more of a me thing so that I can get us where I want us to be.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. With regards to RISE, you said that, and both RISE and TLC, or I think you said RISE.
Yes.
Your goal is to get the program in the same building, and so that there would be the transition or the comfort level. What do you need from us as a Board of Education? Do you foresee that we would have to add more sections or more funding? Is that something that we should be thinking about as we're going into budget season? Sooner than we all want to believe, but yeah.
That's a great question. I don't believe there's anything, because it's really just taking classes and kind of moving them. Longer conversation. I want to move to a looping model so the students would stay in the building the entire year. I have to have conversations with Mr. Scully and Mr. Stratweiser in terms of the special area staff and what that might look like. But again, it's shifting from one building to another, so my hope is that it should be budget neutral.
Great, thank you.
I was just thinking about, thank you for the presentation, first of all. I was thinking about, so there are 6 RISE classes in all, is that correct?
Yes.
So that's 8 classrooms, the 6 RISE and the 2, that's 8 classrooms in one building. And I'm just thinking about the classrooms.
Right, so I wouldn't do it in one building. I would still highlight 3 buildings at Guggenheim, 3 buildings at Daly, and probably 2 classes at Manor Haven.
Okay.
So like I said, the classes, if the one class at Guggenheim moves to Manor Haven, that is an additional class that I would need to speak with Ms. Diaz at in terms of how to work that out. RISE still has 3 classrooms at Daly, 3 classrooms at Guggenheim. That would continue, but for example, one year a teacher would teach kindergarten and move up to 1st grade with their students the following year and come right back down to kindergarten for the next incoming cohort. So it's still only one classroom. And then they move up to 2nd, 3rd, same classroom, 4, 5, same classroom.
I understand. Okay, thank you. And transition, so I never knew the legal definition of the transition program, so thank you for providing that. But I'm wondering, does that also include transition, the way I think of it, transitioning from elementary school to middle school to Weber, and transitioning from Weber to Schreiber? And if it doesn't fall within that definition, is that also something that's part of what you do in making sure that, because transition for many kids is not easy anyway, right? To go from elementary to Weber and so forth.
Right. It wouldn't fall into that definition per se, because again, this is more designed to getting kids ready for that world of work later on. But I think inherent in the fact that they want us to start at age 12, that's their first major transition coming from elementary school. So while it's not specific, it's kind of inherent and built in. But I think, again, it's part of my obligation and my responsibility to our students that we are doing what we need to do to prepare them. Going back to your first question, that's why it's important to have one, cohort of RISE students in one building. They belong there, they know everybody, they're part of a school community, they transition up with every other fifth grader that they started potentially with in kindergarten with. There's value to that.
And in terms of transitioning, also adjusting, is there anything within the district where there's a program of adjustment or acclimation or whatever you want to call it for these children going from the elementary bubble to the bigger bubble and then the big kahuna bubble?
Right. So I really have to say, because I've been in other districts, I think the staff that we have here is amazing, and they do a great job of receiving the students and preparing them. When we need to individualize some sort of transition for a student, we'll do it in the summer. I mean, Ms. Javelin has been wonderful about hosting students to come in for tours. The APs at the high school have done the same thing. We've worked with SEPTA. We have transition evenings where they do talk about, for the parents, what does the transition look like? What can you expect at both Weber and Schreiber? The students at the elementary school do part of that Weber transition day. But again, now they might just do it part of inclusion or MILE or TLC or Invest if they need to. So it's all individualized, but they do a nice job of receiving them.
I really don't have any other questions at this point. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to try to, more than a couple, I'll try to limit them to a few. This is more just for my curiosity. When you were talking about the special classes, particularly about RISE, I guess, and Invest, you were saying that you group students or by need. And what I was curious of is, being that there's one class per grade, at least in RISE, are you kind of hoping that you get a cohort of kids who have the same needs, and like, is that rejiggered each year based on what that grade's requirements, or how are you kind of finding 12 kids who have the same need?
We do have a little bit of latitude. It's that 36-month age span and even functional span, right, in terms of social, physical, academic, and management. So 36 months is pretty wide when you think about that. One of the nice parts about having single grade levels when we talk about RISE, TLC is different because they do, functionally, we do look and we have that span. With RISE, with MILE, because it's individualized grade levels, they're generally functioning similarly anyway. In every class, including general education classrooms, right, have their high and their low, and we differentiate in there just as much as we need to. But we still have that latitude of the 36 months in terms of functioning for those classes as well.
Got it. And do you see with, now that we've like rolled out ICT through all the grades, does the district's need for how you've designed I guess the next phase, the special, or then the classes, does that change at all based on kind of changing what the next cohort of kids looks like?
Definitely, definitely. And I think as we continue to expand and refine our skills in ICT with our teachers in general ed and special education, we're able to meet needs of different students in inclusion that we might not have been able to before. I know historically at Weber, we've taken students out of, the MILE or the RISE program to move into ICT. And we're seeing that even now at the elementary level, where instead of putting a student in a RISE program, we're able to put them in inclusion. And then I think this might have even come up last year during budget time, looking at some of those students that might be on the cusp of out of district and saying, oh, no, now we have these spots, and this kind of still fits that functional grouping, and we can meet the needs of the students there as well.
So I guess that's what I'm asking is, if you were to look to kids who are out of district placement and you're bringing them back in, is that because a spot opened up, or because the overall requirement of that special class changed based on the least, because needing the least restrictive environment moving to ICT?
It's both, right? First, you need the functional grouping to change, but then you also need the spot. So once that functional grouping starts to shift up and our ICT teachers are better trained in managing students with different abilities, it'll open up a spot here, and then we can potentially look at some of those kids that might have been on the cusp before, and we could potentially keep them in. I don't have it with me, but we, generally speaking, I've kind of tracked it over the course of time. With maybe a little hiccup with COVID because of what was going on, we generally are down about two to three students per year going out of district.
Starting since you've had, got it. Okay, that's good to hear, I guess. Yeah.
We try.
And then lastly, I guess on the transition services. So when we talk, because I see that like the word transition, lowercase t cap, that's all over this document. Are we, when you're talking about building the transition services, actually, let me back up before I ask that. There are state requirements for transition services.
Correct.
Are we in compliance with the state requirements in your, I mean, is what we're doing kind of making it better, or are we at least minimally meeting what we're required to meet right now?
I would say we're minimally meeting what we need to do. I participated along with a few other people from the high school, and Dale Bennett, I think, was on it with me as well, a regional training on transition. It was a 3-4 hour overview of all of this. We have another meeting coming up. I've scheduled with some people at the high school to go over the things that they talked about in there that we are not currently doing. So there are definitely things that we can improve.
Okay, great. And then the last question on that is, so when we talk about the transition services, because I'm trying to understand what transitioning falls under this transition, are we only talking about the secondary students and transitioning out of school life? Or are we also talking about transitions between, because in this document we had seen a while back, I thought it also included transitions between programs, transitions between schools, transitions between, is that all, what are you talking about when you talk about it?
Transition services themselves are really about what do we need to do, what is our students interested in, what do they need to learn, what are the skills they need to be ready for the world outside of us. Once they leave Port Washington and Schreiber High School, what have we done to get them ready? I think inherently what you're saying, all of that is important. It's not written in the regulation per se. It says you need to do these things as part of this IEP, but if a student's not transitioning well from daily rise to mile at Weber, how are they possibly going to be successful down the line? That's why I say this is all starting from kindergarten all the way up. It has to be a continual program. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's okay. So the state requirement is really about that
The
kind of
world of
transitioning
work
out,
afterward.
but you think that the way to meet that is by starting at kindergarten and working
Correct.
the way up. Okay, I understand. Great. That's I'll leave it at that. Okay, Ms. Gilliar.
You've covered a lot of ground already. I also was interested in this issue of bringing kids back in district, but I think you're in process on this, and it's something that's happening, so I'm not going to push that one further. So my question for you is, from what I understand, every administrator and every parent who's been a strong advocate for special ed in Port Washington is really excited that we have this ICT program now, and believes that we are finally really fully meeting the requirement that we provide a least restricted environment for these students, and that it's a wonderful thing. But 4 years ago, probably, there was no mention of an ICT program, and we were not even contemplating an ICT program, even though it was clearly, in retrospect, clearly a hole, because we didn't have the funding. I'm assuming that's a lot of why it was never raised, is because it was a substantial outlay. I'm wondering if there's anything else in your universe that, if money were no object, that we really should be thinking about doing for students in Port Washington to make this program as robust as possible. Is there something else that's your pie in the sky that you would be adding?
You need to give me more time on that one now.
Sorry.
Nothing. I think these are the biggies. To me, ICT, transition, and ESY were my biggies. I'm sure I'll find others. I'm just not at that point yet of knowing exactly, because I want to see what goes with this. Dr. Hodge?
I was just going to add, those were your 3 goals for this year.
Yep.
So if we were to look at Dr. Allen's goals for this year, those were the 3, which is great.
Thank you. One other question, on slide 17, you mentioned that summer 2021 was the first summer that we offered in-person classes for TLC and Invest. can you elaborate a little bit on how that came about? And also, are we continuing this into the future? And do you have plans to expand it further than where it already is? Because I know it expanded to RISE already in 2022. Is it going further? And where does the funding come from for that?
Okay. So that was a personal mission of mine since I took this position. I felt that the extended school year program we were providing was not adequately meeting the needs of our students, especially in TLC and Invest. They needed that on-site, it had to be. So I did the application to the state, I did the numbers, I did the staffing, I did it all to get that program up and running. I went and visited it. I have, Christy McAleer's on site as the supervisor, when I'm not able to be there. The funding, we do get state aid for our ESY program. We were already getting it. So now I just kind of reallocated it in a different way to these classes. And I think I answered that. Yes. So we already get the funding for it. It's the summer handicap money that we get from the state. I don't remember the exact percentages we get back, but I'm working right now with Donna Viola in order to get our reimbursement back. The problem with ESY is your funding is always a year late. So I'm now doing the reimbursement for 2021.
So just one follow-up question. Am I right in assuming that previously these students were eligible, or any students who were eligible, maybe it wasn't the exact same ones, for a summer program like this, attended a summer program in a different building, and we've just simply set up our own home run program at this point?
Right. So what they would have been getting was 3 to 4 hours a week of individualized instruction with a teacher. The teacher would call the parent, set it up. That was that. Now they come on site, they take a bus, they're with us Monday through Friday from 9 to 12. Dedicated teacher, dedicated teaching support, teaching assistants. This year they had a carnival theme every Friday. They had Fun Friday with different things and activities, culminating activities. You don't get that when you work with a teacher one-on-one for 3 to 4 hours a week. You just don't. So that's how it was done in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of this. It was amazing, actually. A couple of things. First of all, I'm very excited to hear your interest in having any students interested in visiting a BOCES or those kinds of offerings, that we provide that as much as is necessary for each student if they're pursuing that avenue. So that's, of course, something I'm often focused on, so I'm happy to hear that. My question is around kind of like a DEI theme in terms of your students and where you see we can do a better job in providing access to students that are not necessarily participating in the degree or the degree that their families might want them to in the full school program. Where can we do a better job? Where can we support your work with the students to enhance that aspect of the school day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And that's really where, and I thank you for adding the district-wide social worker in the past, because that's really where I've been using her. I gave the example before of meeting with Christy and just educating the parents, having them understand what transition is, so that they then can help, we can work with them to help support their students. So right now I have Ms. Perez working on some presentations for parents about transition. What is transition? What does it look like? And it's we're targeting our bilingual families. So she already started some other parent workshops earlier, elementary age. She did a virtual one a couple of weeks ago. There were 40 families that participated. We haven't had that in the past, so that was really just amazing. So as we kind of find all of this, we figure it out, and we see what we'll need to continue in the future to do that. But it's definitely something that we're focused on.
So you approached it from one angle, which was in terms of, I guess, you thought I was referring to language and providing for those families. That's one aspect of what my question was about. The other part was just general access for students in terms of their inclusiveness in the school experience. So for example, do the students feel that they are welcomed into our high school clubs? Do they, in other words, access for students with disabilities to the full school experience? How are we improving our results on that front?
I would have to, I think through the process of this and in terms of transition programming and what I need to look at would be something like that. I know that at Weber and Schreiber, our special education teachers encourage our students on a regular basis. They create opportunities for them to go to different clubs. Whether or not they participate in them, off the top of my head, I can't say to you that, you know, there's a lot of participation or not. The few times I've asked, I am told that yes, students do, but it's probably an area we can look at and do better with.
I guess I'm next. And there were so many questions asked, most of them I already had as well. One of the things that stands out to me, and thank you for this presentation, I appreciate it, as always, I look here at graduation rates, and what I'm seeing is a dramatic decrease in the number of years. I am assuming, right, one of the factors you didn't hit on, but I am assuming that with a transition program and outlining some of the elements that you are proposing and as part of your goals this year, that the end result will be an increase in those graduation rates and or either to the CDOS program. I don't know if CDOS is included in those rates as well. I'm assuming, okay, so it's not.
Right.
Right, so which is ultimately what you're trying to do, have students be able to function in the world, right?
Correct.
So to me right now, if only 77% of our high school students are exiting and graduating and functioning well in the world, we are missing almost 30% of our students. Is the transition coordinator in your mind, how is implementing some of the things that you suggested when Ms. Bays asked the question, how does that help lessen that gap? How to, decrease those deficiencies and help them get out better? And is there additional funding probably for that? I would think you'd need more money for more vocational programs, transportation, as you indicated, things of that nature, correct?
Potentially. I think as I get into this more, and there was, I know, a curriculum committee meeting last year that specifically went over all the graduation rates, and, we're diving into the data. One thing that I've done, or I shouldn't say I've done, but in conversations with Lori Director, just as an example, we're starting to look at how guidance counselors' caseloads are assigned. And do we need dedicated, just like we have dedicated ENL counselors, do we need dedicated special education counselors? And that is something that we're moving towards so that those counselors also become an expert in special education, in transition, in career, college opportunities for our students. Because remember, that 77%, transition is about academics as well. I think a lot of times we all go to that job, career, vocational aspect of it. But some of these 30% might have been a student that was a resource room student that just couldn't pass a Regents. So what do we need to do, district, in terms of increasing those opportunities for our students? How can we provide additional supports? Do we need to do home instruction? Do we need to do tutoring? That's the pieces I need to dive into a little bit more, but the end result always being, getting these rates up, because I know we can.
Great, and then from that standpoint, I know there's funding is always an issue. I know we do receive grants, federal grants, right, for funding. Are we also in part of this investigation taking a look at how we're allocating those grant monies and so that they can be best used? You've laid out 3 great goals, right? And one of your goals, ICT, was funded by ARP funds. That is going to go away this year, the second half of it.
Right.
Are we looking at utilizing some of those federal funds and taxpayer funds? Are we looking at other grants and things of that nature since this is our mandated programs? Are we looking to, does the school board need to say, we need more monies for special education mandated mandated programs, because that has also been, something that we've advocated through the legislative task force. We have all of these mandates.
Right.
We need to continue to advocate for more funding.
Right.
Are you looking at that aspect as well?
Yeah, so the 611 grant in particular is for our students in kindergarten through 12, right? And there's a whole host of different areas in the grant. years past, my predecessor had allocated money for CDOS. We had partnered with a particular agency, and the money was just kind of there, and that particular agency phased out. So again, in part of my conversations with our current agency, I am looking at that budget code again within the 611 to say, how can I use this better with this particular agency? I did ask him to give me a proposal so that as we prepare the grants for next year, what are things that I need to be doing within those grants to help support this program? Any of these programs for that matter.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Rachel. I think she has one more question.
So less a question, then I want to highlight a piece of what you said. You mentioned that you'd like to go to this looping model. I think if I'm correct, what you're saying essentially is the way we're set up now, we disrupt whether these students have an attachment to a specific building.
Correct.
And so you want to create an experience for them, which all of our other elementary school students have,
Yes.
where they have a T-shirt with the elementary school, and they have a song, and they
Yep.
have a spirit, and they have a sense of belonging to a certain community.
Absolutely.
And so I just really want to applaud that, because I think that's so important for children, and I think it's wonderful that you're recognizing it as something that is really worth prioritizing and figuring out how to work the education around it. I want to add one piece, because I recently had a conversation with a parent of somebody who is a Port Washington student who is sent out of district for placement. And she said to me, while you're speaking about inclusivity, I would love it if there was a way for my child to feel like she was part of the Port Washington community, because we never know about any of the various events going on. And she specifically said to me, for example, during COVID, there were all these drive-by graduations, and I didn't know anything about it, and my daughter would have loved to have known this was happening and see these teachers driving by in cars and things like that. So I just wanted to pass that along and put it on your radar, because I thought it was a very interesting point. And it's the same issue that I think you're already recognizing and working to fix, which is we can focus on a student's needs and meet their needs, but their feeling of belonging to the Port Washington School District and potentially to a particular school. I mean, she was noting she has a home school, it's just her daughter doesn't go there. It's important, and I think that it's great that you're moving towards trying to give those students that.
Thank you for that. Yes, I appreciate that. Definitely.
Okay, we're going to take one last question from Ms. Melkonian, and then we have another full presentation from Dr. Feeney to go through.
I'm sorry, I forgot my question.
That's okay.
So you mentioned on slide 9 that there are 6 different models that can be used in ICT.
Yes. You would like to know them?
I'm shocked by that. I having taught that, I'm a little confused. So
Okay, so 6 models. First one is station teaching, right? You have students that move around different stations. You have parallel teaching, teaching 2 separate lessons parallel. One teacher's with one group, one teacher's with another group. We have one teach, one assist. One teacher is teaching the whole group while another teacher is moving around the classroom. Then we have alternative model, which is where the one teacher teaches the large group while the other teacher modifies a lesson with a smaller group. So you have a teacher doing a whole group, and you might have the other teacher using 3 or 4, with 3 or 4 students. And then the last one is one teach and one observe, where the one teacher is teaching and the other student might be sitting back and collecting data on what's going on with the other students.
okay, so you just had a very formal description of what a classroom looks like. So that's why I just didn't make the literal connection.
That's fine.
Got it. Thank you.
Dr. Allen, thank you very much.
Yes,
that was
thank
a very
you.
informative presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. So item 9.3, we have Dr. Sean Feeney will be giving his first ever presentation to the Board of Ed on universal pre-K. Yeah, to the formal evening Board of Ed. Yeah. You're off mic for some reason.
Okay. I have been told that my 90-minute presentation needs to be reduced to 45 minutes, so I'm going to do my best. You heard that part? Good. So really providing a little bit of a quick overview of our universal pre-K program. There's been some mention of it earlier today, and especially this year, given some of the changes that we saw with our new class. It's I think important to revisit the program a little bit, see what it's all about, get a sense of what the schedule is, what's happening, and talk about how some of the additional funds that we received from the state grants were used. So the philosophy of the program is really viewing our universal pre-K program as the foundation for all the work in the district, and that's really the goal is to help these students develop the habits and the love and the desire for a lifetime of future learning. Does have a mission statement. You know, you talk about a pre-K program. It's a planned learning experiences, engaging students intellectually, engaging students with their natural enthusiasm, the environment about. And get them excited to learn and to engage with each other. And there's a curriculum. Our pre-K program follows the New York State approved learning standards. The teachers teach to those standards. Those are linked through the presentation, accessible, and that's how the teachers are evaluated by the administrator as, you know, through classroom observations. So brief history of pre-K in Port Washington. It started in Sousa, actually, in 2004 with 3s and 4s, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds for a half a day for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. We had some 2 4-year-old classes. The next year was moved to daily. Remained the same structure in 2006, expanded a little bit to 3 4-year-old classes, and then from 2008 to 2021, it's been at daily, and it was stable at 4 classes for the 4-year-olds, full day. So historically, Port has received just over $600,000 for their targeted pre-K program. As part of the New York State's 2022 Universal Expansion Funding, we were granted an additional $507,000, just over, to expand the program, which we were very excited to do, and really, you know, full credit to Dr. Borsella, who led that charge to had a vision for the expansion of it, brought it to central administration, and you know, we were able to act on her work, and she really did all the follow-through as well. So we used that additional funding to allow an additional 25 students to come to the pre-K program. It's a huge deal, you know, for those parents who may have already signed up for some of the private programs throughout the district. They were able to get this district-funded seat. To do that, we opened up a brand new class. We hired some teachers, not just the pre-K teacher, but also some service teachers, speech, special education, and some additional education assistants, which brought us to 5 classes at daily, serving 90 students in our program. It's a listing of the teachers, 5 certified pre-K teachers, a certified special ed teacher, speech teacher, full-time counselor, a part-time ENL teacher, part-time nurse, full-time secretary, and the administrator who's overseeing that program, which is our current structure. So how were those additional seats selected? Really through a lottery, tried to do it fair, open it up to everyone, give everyone a chance to, A, be notified of the additional class, posted to the website, blasted out to the community in July. Families were given 3 weeks to complete their application, and then there was a lottery. It was a random lottery conducted in August. Families were notified that same day, and certainly a wait list was set up. So that is what happened with that. We do expect this funding to continue, and with that expectation, we do hope that to revamp the lottery process and really do it much earlier than we've been doing it in these past several years, so that by February, parents will know whether or not they have a seat in our pre-K program. Knowing in February if they have a seat, of course, will prevent them from having to put down a deposit in one of our private programs. What's happened in the past is families have put down a deposit in March for a private program and then got accepted into our program, in April or May. They lose some or all of their deposit. So being able to have our lottery and get parents set ahead of time would be beneficial, certainly to parents. So benefits of the pre-K programs, these are all research-based benefits, bringing students together from different backgrounds, racial, socioeconomic. They learn more on average in a racially and socioeconomically diverse classroom. These diverse learning settings can help reduce prejudice among young children. They learn to empathize, coexist with each other. A lot of positive outcomes for that. This is the life of a preschooler. These pictures were all taken over the last several weeks. Some of our students here in our pre-K program. Daily routine, here's what it looks like from arrival to school. So basic tasks, but this is through the routines, this is how students learn to be part of a program. It helps prepare them for school, for learning, and interacting with each other. We have reading, writing workshops, anywhere from 15, 20 minutes, writing workshops. They have thematic play center learning. They have a chance to play. They have a chance to learn, interact with each other. They have math centers, literacy centers, science centers, block building centers, art, tabletop activities, work on iPads. It's a full range of activities that are taking place. Science, social studies skills. Learning about neighborhoods, the environment, culture, diversity, plants, animals, observation, decision-making. Have mathematics topics through activities, manipulatives, pattern recognition, certainly some counting, addition, subtraction. Newsletters get sent out to the families. And there's staff development, conferences. We have our superintendent's conference day this coming Monday. The pre-K teachers will be involved. They'll be receiving training during this. They're going to be actually receiving Project Lead the Way training this coming Monday. They take their work seriously in terms of their own professional learning and what they're then being able to share with their students. So this year we've been partnering with the Port Washington Children's Center to provide after-school care for our families in our own pre-K classrooms beginning in January. Parents will pay for that directly. That's a separate important initiative coming through. And these are the future plans. We'll have the after-school care for our pre-K students, begin the intake of potential pre-K students in February. In January and February, we'll have a lottery, orientation in May. And then coming up, we're going to partner with Quality Stars so that we can receive accreditation by New York State. They do sort of like a full review of your program, give you feedback, and allow you to grow with an outside review of the program. Need to thank, she's not here, but Victoria, Dr. Borsella, who instrumental both in the program and helping with the presentation of tonight's little slideshow. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Feeney. We'll start on the other side of the table this time with questions. So, Ms. Epstein, the floor is yours.
How exciting. Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I have to say, in my years as a parent volunteer and even as a board member now, we've never gone through this kind of overview. So I appreciate the understanding, and especially since we've been getting additional funding
And it seems to be a priority of the state to continue that funding, right? To increase pre-K services for more students.
Correct.
I'm a little confused, if you could just go into the details. Can you explain to me the lottery system going, can you explain to me, I guess, first, how have we, I understand eligibility requirements as an age, how have we chosen students that would come into this program prior to this year? Or is it exactly the same? How is the lottery system working?
The regular selection of our students, the current seats, like prior to what we were able to expand in July, August. So, there have been 90 seats for our port students. 72 of those seats were targeted for, particular families, with economic disadvantage economically. So that's how that has been done. Typically, as we've targeted those students, we've never really needed to do a lottery for those because we usually do not fulfill the quota. I think we're trying to do better to reach out and connect with those families, and I think that was an important part of what we did when we expanded it, to make sure that we communicate with some of the different language newspapers and bulletins to get that information out there. So that's what's been reserved. If you've shown that you've got that, you've done the outreach, but you're not able to fill it, and then it becomes a general lottery. So I know that moving forward, even on the lottery, it is really important that that be a fair and an equitable lottery, so that not necessarily a first come, first serve, we're going to fill it up, but you have until this time to apply for a seat, and it will go into a randomized hopper. It was really just a tool, and that's how we'll fill up those seats.
Okay, perfect.
The remaining seats.
Perfect. And then you outlined a number of, with the additional funds, you outlined additional staff, right?
Correct.
So the entire $500,000 extra went towards the staff, and then the additional students, because we increased from like the 72 to the 90. Are you aware? Is that what happened, or how was that calculation put together?
So it was used for that. The budget breakdown also includes certainly, and I didn't include that in the presentation, additional supplies. Opening up the classroom did necessitate some minor construction, renovation, and preparation for the rooms. So those were some of the costs associated with the new classroom as well.
Great. And then I know we are moving our universal pre-K students out of the portables, and once the daily edition is complete,
Correct.
They will be going into those classrooms. Do we see the ability to expand if we get more funding from the state? Do we have the classroom size to expand it? And I also know we are limited as far as how many students can be in a class per teacher.
Right. That is an important cap for the pre-K. The daily, when it opens up right now, we're going to need to use 4 of the new classrooms. Right, so those get taken right away, and we're actually going to need a 5th one because the pre-K programs, classes have to have bathrooms in them. So there's a kindergarten classroom right around the corner that we'll need to use for the pre-K program. So the 5 classes that we have right now will fit perfectly into daily plus 1 classroom, and there is room for the kindergarten classroom elsewhere within daily. And then the administrative support will be in that wing as well.
So that will be 5 classrooms for the universal pre-K that we
Yes.
can use. Okay, wonderful. So theoretically, that's 100 students we could increase up to if the cap is 20?
Where we are right now, yes.
Where we are
we've
right
got the
now,
20.
okay.
Yep.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So if I'm following what you mentioned about the targeted populations versus the lottery students,
Yeah.
you mentioned that we this could truly be a pre-K that's only targeted students if we found them in our population through outreach?
We don't have to do all of them as targets. There's a certain percentage that needs to be targeted seats.
So is that 72? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and we're at the 72 number?
We're below the 72 number. We're not at the 72.
So that's what I'm saying. If we
Yeah.
went up, so they eat into each other, right? So if we went up to 72, we would have less lottery students.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll do that this year?
Do what? Try to get more kids?
Get
If
more
we
targeted
can, if we can
students?
get the targeted, that increasing that is important, yes, and that's part of what we tried to do. And I think we'll have a structure in place that will help us communicate a little more effectively with the community at large.
Thank you.
I think my questions have been covered, but thank you for all your hard work. Obviously, we know that pre-K is very important in terms of putting students on the road to success academically, and so I think it's this expansion in our funding and expansion in the program is really important. And I thank you for continuing to try and reach more and more students so they know this program is available.
Great. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I think I read somewhere the maximum per classroom is at 20 students.
Correct.
So we have some leeway right now. We haven't, even with the lottery, we haven't hit that. So am I right? Do I understand that correctly?
Yep.
So we have about, I think 10 spaces.
So if we have 3 adults in each classroom, we can have upwards of 20 students.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have, in terms of numbers in the program, we actually, as of right now, we have room for more children, but we have that 20 child cap.
Right, if we have 3 adults, but we don't have 3 adults in every classroom.
I see.
So we'd need to bring in additional adults if we wanted to bring in a couple more students
Staffing,
per
I
classroom.
understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That statement that you just made more sense now, because you did say that we could do 20 students times 5 makes it 100, but you said the 3 adults, which
Right.
now makes sense why. So I'm going to just build on what Ms. Epstein just said, because I think the talk at the state level has been about increasing funding for universal pre-K. So we did see an increase in funding last year, which allowed for us to add the extra classroom. They're talking about increasing it even more. So I want to just kind of also pivot to Ms. O'Hara for a second, because we did, as a school district, take the portables and do this extension at Daly to house the pre-K. When we did our building tours, I remember we were told that there were eight new classrooms that were being put into that extension, of which I know the administrative office or the principal's office is going to be there. But I guess I'm asking again, kind of forecasting type of question, if we get more funding from the state that we need to use for our pre-K, do we as a district have the place to put these students? Because Dr. Feeney just pointed that we're going to be using one of the classrooms that are currently in the building of Daly because of the bathroom requirement. So planning-wise, do we have the space for it or the plan or for it? And I guess that's question one. Then the second part of my question is really for the Board of Education, I guess for all of us, because I think we've spent a lot of time talking about our young students and about accommodating and making sure that our students are ready and transitioning well. Do we as a Board of Education want to start talking a little bit more about how do we as a Board of Education provide funding to increase our pre-K? So we have the funding that has come from the government, from the state, and from the federal government, because I believe we get federal funds as well for the universal pre-K. How do we start? I think maybe, and again, this is not a conversation for today. Adam, I'm not going further, but I think it's something we might want to start thinking about for us philosophically. Is it something that we want to start talking about, but I'm gonna, so that was my philosophic question. Ms. O'Hara, I'll let you go on.
So if we were to receive additional funding, I don't think we would have the facilities here to house the students. We would likely go out to, we have CBOs, which are other preschool programs in the district, that we would increase the funding, so the number of students that we would cover.
And we currently do that, right?
Yes.
So the 90 students that you mentioned, Dr. Feeney, are not the 90 students that we as a school district provide funding for, right? We have more than that. Do you know the
We have
number
more
off the
than that
top?
for the community-based organizations.
Yeah.
That's
Do you-
additional.
Do you know the number off the top of your head by anybody?
I don't.
Do you, Dr. Feeney?
I think 102 seats for the community-based organizations.
So it's 90 in-house and 102 that we fund, right?
Correct.
We give fund, okay, thank you.
We only, it's like $2,000 in fund.
But we supplement, we give, yeah.
It's
Which
like-
I don't, by the way, I've been here for all these years at the table. I had no idea we did this, that there was supplement.
The parents get,
Yeah.
for those, they get a voucher, a refund, basically.
And is that a lottery? How do we pick the 102 families?
Yeah, that's the lottery as well. Right.
I
That's
guess
why
I
we
never
maintain
partook
our-
in that lottery.
Right. That's why we maintain the list, and that's a big deal.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Black.
So my question is in the same vein as Ms. Bays' question, which is, so it might be, I guess it's a legal question, which is that right now you have students that are getting fully funded via the lottery, right, to go into the general program.
That are ours. Yeah.
Right. The question is, could we legally give twice as many students half the funding and have them pay out of pocket for the remainder? I'm not recommending we do this, but would it be legally possible, right? Because if we imagine that the subsidy that they're getting, that the value, the cost of the education is $16,000 a year, and that's the amount of money the parents are saving, could we get twice as many students and give them $8,000 each?
Through the CBOs, Adam, like if that's only if they're not.
Well, if we had the housing,
Yeah.
if we were,
Can't tuition in public school.
so the answer is no, because we cannot charge tuition in public
Only
school?
if we did it through the CBOs.
Correct.
Yeah,
And that was not Mrs. Bay's question.
yeah. But, so I'm actually, I have a question because I passed on my questions. I'm going to go back and I think Ms. Epstein has a last question. You know, I just want to, I was thinking, I guess Ms. O'Hara kind of answered it, is and this is my philosophical point to Ms. Bays, is to the extent that there was additional funding, we were thinking about growing the program. I do think that you know, many community organizations, religious ones, non-religious ones, have preschools that are, you know, I think they feel very strongly about, and the community feels very strongly about them. And I do think that any further conversation about significantly, like obviously one more class of 20 is not going to make a dent, but I do think that we should be having more outreach with those organizations who are watching these conversations very closely, because I do think that there is concern in the community about what the future of those programs look like, to the extent that the districts, and maybe that's okay, maybe we don't care, but I do think that it's something that is delicate and should be looked at carefully. I'm curious if that's something that you guys have given any thought to.
Right. Well, we do care, right, because they're our students, so it benefits us that they get as robust of an experience as possible. And, you know, certainly, you know, I sort of alluded to a restructuring of our approach to some of these community organizations, and I think that would be part of that, and having the outreach a little more centralized can assist in a more consistent communication of goals, expectations, and even when we have to evaluate some of these programs.
Great. Ms. Epstein, and then we will move on to the next item.
Yeah, my last and final question is actually a recommendation for the board if they're okay with it. I think that there are a lot of budgetary issues that we never really discuss or focus on, and the fact that we have this preliminary overview, it's great. Would you mind if we have this as part of a budget discussion in our budget committee? Do you find that that would be value added? Does anyone have a problem adding that to our agenda? No?
What would be the, like, you're saying in terms of.
I think
look
just
at-
an understanding of how much funding really is out there and how we're utilizing that funding, and also in the effect that if we are to get more increased funding, and if we do have the space to, utilize the funding. I'm not saying to take away necessarily from anyone else, but if we were able to go to the capacity of 100 students with 3 staff in each one, that we can look and forecast as to what may or may not be available and understand all of our options, because there's state funding, there's federal funding, there's state grants that are associated with this, and I think we as responsible community or board members, we should be looking at all of the funding options and making sure that we're taking avail of them.
I agree. I also think that's a good idea. I mean, I think, first of all, I don't think when Miss Epstein said preliminary, I don't think she meant this wasn't robust. Right? I think what she meant was we haven't hit the financial end of this at all, and it might be good for us to understand in a more detailed way where's the money from these various sources going, and what is it funding, and what are we getting out of it, just so we're better informed. I'm on board for that too.
I would say that maybe we should prioritize what we want to discuss, because from what I remember, you have an incredibly robust agenda for the year. And I have no doubt that Ms. O'Hara is on, where are you now? There you go. Is on top of the funding and all of that. So I will leave it up to actually the budget committee to decide this, because I already hear a majority of that, but I think you have a lot on your plate, and I don't know if, my only thought is, do you want to wait and see if there is more money available, if there is something more to talk about before you talk about something that there might not be something to talk about? Does that make sense? We don't know what more money there is yet.
I kind of agree that there's so much topics that the budget committee is talking about, and we just heard what we have for pre-K. I think a memo just on like how it's currently being funded would be, that we could all see, the entire board, would be a really good starting point. And to the extent that there are opportunities the administration sees when they're giving us the budget presentations for additional pre-K, that may be. I'm just not quite seeing what the budget committee would discuss in the time that you have. I guess I leave it to you guys, but I'm just not seeing what the value add is to the board. I'm just anyway, my opinion. But Dr. Block, your feelings?
I mean, I think it's reasonable to talk about it in the budget committee. I think that there's often grant funding floating around there. I think we are all expressing that we are interested in expanding this program, and we're happy with the program. So I think the budget committee is an appropriate place to talk about additional funding options to increase the size of this program.
You got 4, so whether or not Ms. Malconi likes it, go with it. We're overruled.
I mean, Ms. Epstein, you can jump in if you want to, but I think that in making the suggestion, what she was thinking is we have a full understanding of the program now, but we don't have any of the financials. And it's not that we need to make it into a giant full meeting discussion item, but it might be helpful to have what you're talking about, which is, here's the financial overview of this synthesized for us, and we have a partial conversation and budget, and then we're informed for down the line.
Well said, Ms. Gilliard. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Feeney, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Say again? Yeah, absolutely. So, thank you very much to all of our presenters. We are now moving on to item 10 of our agenda, which is committee reports. Most, but not all of our committees have met since the last Board of Ed meeting, but I will go to all of the chairs regardless, who can at least update us on dates. Starting with 10.1, we have policy and personnel. I don't believe you guys have met since the last board meeting, but you can let the community know what you're up to.
So we haven't met since the last board meeting, but we do have a meeting tomorrow morning. And on our agenda is to get status updates on the code of conduct and the homework and grading policies, which were revised last year, And we will also be discussing the purchasing policy, the policy on public comment at board meetings, a new policy on free and reduced meal services, and a potential policy on diversity, equity, and inclusion we will be having a discussion on. So hope to see you all tomorrow morning.
So looking forward to it. I'm going to try to go fast with everybody just because it's 10:15. 10.2, budget and facilities. I know you guys have met.
That is correct. We had a robust meeting on Monday. It was thrilling. 3 reports and presentations that we referenced in our meeting are now online, and I do recommend that anyone who is interested, including board trustees that were unable to attend the meeting, please take a look. Mr. Graham did a wonderful overview of not only all of our facilities, but also all of our bond projects and where they are and where they exist. That will also be posted on his facilities webpage, which I think they are developing. We also discussed as part of that, including an update of all of that information in our quarterly report brochure that we send out so that the broad expanse of our community, not just school parents, can receive that information. However, getting to the work of the Budget Committee, we have 3 recommendations that we would like to propose and bring before the board. The first recommendation has to deal with the demography report. This was one of the objectives that we outlined in our first meeting. Just to give you some background, the demography report, we did find one. It was commissioned in the past, I think around 2014. However, now that I think about that, I don't know how it was able to, but it did account for our demographics from 2009 to 2020. In examining the report at the meeting, the actual state report numbers in comparison to the demographic numbers provided by the demographer, they were almost spot on in many instances, or none of them had over 80 students off. So it was very, very close proximity. In going through that discussion, administrator pointed out the benefit of having a document like this so that we can better forecast financially. As one of our other objectives is to create a 5-year budget plan, and this will help us if we are able to look at those enrollment factors. Additionally, the plan can allow us to be more proactive rather than reactive if we are seeing that we are having a major increase or decrease in enrollment. There was also an additional ask to see if the Western Suffolk BO6 report, which is the company we would go with, can indicate growth by neighborhoods as well, so that we could look if a certain population was growing in one neighborhood over another and how that may affect school population. So would you like me to read the recommendation and then ask the board to give their opinion? Or, yeah, okay. So the recommendation that's being made is the recommendation of the Budget and Facilities Committee in conjunction with the administration that the BOP approve moving forward with the hiring of the Western Suffolk demographer and moving forward with conducting a demography report. The Western Southern demographer, BOCES demographer, was the one that was given to the packet and also is on the Budget and Facilities agenda.
Does anybody, would you like us, Julie, since you guys have 3, would you like to read all 3, or do you want to go one by one?
Let's just go one by one because I have a little background for each so everyone knows what they're voting on.
Okay. So does anybody have? Okay.
So I wasn't at the Budget Committee meeting. I think it makes a lot of sense to do a demography report. I'm not sure why we wouldn't put it out an RFP. I should.
Julie wants to comment on that.
I can answer that for you. So we actually looked at 2 reports. So the first report, we got 2 quotes actually. The first quote was the Western Suffolk BOCES. It came in at around $15,900, but 52.1% of that is aidable through BOCES, taking it down to about $78,000. The other demographer who we had used in the past and we saw was pretty spot on, he quoted us at $12,000, maybe some odd dollars in there. And as the Budget Committee looked at that, we felt that we had looked at 2. We don't have to go out if we're going through BOCES, and also was aidable. So we thought the $7,000 was a reasonable ask. And their plan was very comprehensive that they provided to us.
But I think also Ms. O'Hara did tell us at the meeting that she had asked she had gone out and asked her colleagues who they used and then asked, and I think there was one more company, I think you said that had been used, but they didn't respond to her request. So it kind of was like an RFP.
Okay. Is there anybody on the board who is not in support of this? Because I think everybody is that I've spoken to. Yeah. So this one, I was thinking about it. I don't think we should, Ms. O'Hara, I don't think we should do a resolution on this. I think you should just put the contract on the next agenda. Okay. So that's the plan. So Ms. Epstein, do you want to go to the next one?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you that is the expectation, is that there will be no resolutions out of any of these. Any resolutions will be put on the November agenda with the contracts, the necessary contracts.
With the NILAF one, I think
I spoke to Ms. O'Hara. She said we could wait till November.
But I don't think this will be leaving a lot of money on the table. 1/12 of, so I think we should, that one I think we should push and make something tonight. It's a lot of money.
Okay.
It's a little percentage of big dollars.
Well, okay.
Yeah, if we decide to do it.
We didn't decide how much money in the budget committee, so let me again go back to the genesis of that discussion. That discussion for the New York State Liquid Asset Fund included a request to create an investment account with New York Liquid Asset Fund so that we could increase our return on invested monies from 2% to 2.8%. There was a question asked at the committee, brought forth through our tracker, why aren't we investing in short-term U.S. Treasuries, which offer a similar return and backed by the credit of the U.S. government? The response and further conversation went and outlined that the benefits of this fund is that it's a pooled fund that provides us with the following: no broker fees, a lower custodial fee, greater liquidity and flexibility while maintaining a higher interest rate. So if we don't have to lock our funds in for a very extended period of time, if we need to turn around and make them liquid within 24 hours, we can do that. And lastly, the NIFLAF supplies financial advisors who will watch and provide investment advice based on our funds instead of us having to hire a separate financial advisor at this point. So the discussion that we had, and we did talk about how much money, we weren't at the point in the Budget and Facilities Committee to discuss how much money would be put into this fund at that time. They were still going to go back, but the recommendation being that we approve moving forward with the creation of the account and then investment of the monies at a later time as deemed by the business office.
Yeah. So I have some questions, Ms. O'Hara, about that one. So approximately how many dollars are we sitting on at this moment that we've collected that we actually have in our possession?
In our
short-term operating monies.
We probably have about $76 million in the bank.
And how much of that, are we getting any return on that $76 million?
Yes, we definitely are. We
approximately.
We're getting about 2.5% interest rate.
And so how much of that would we be putting in the NILAF?
Well, we are looking at definitely our restricted funds, like things that are in our reserves. We would probably move half of it.
Which is
half of the 70. Probably about 30 million.
30 million. And what do we think is the return they're promising currently?
The rate I saw today was 2.89.
Yeah. So yeah, but that's what I still not understanding about the answer that Julie read is that unless there's something that we can't do it as a school district, but short-term U.S. Treasuries are completely liquid and they're returning 4.025% right now. So I'm just very confused about why this is a better option than just I don't understand if we're not able to as a school district, but just buying U.S. Treasuries through some kind of brokerage account should almost be, but that should be free. It doesn't help. I don't understand why. That's what I'm trying to understand. So are there certain kinds of accounts that we're limited to? Because my business.
Yes, we're definitely limited. Yeah. We're not actually investing because we're not allowed to do that with taxpayers' funds. I had asked that question to the advisor, and he said that, as I understand, when you invest in T-bills, you have to leave it there for a certain amount of time to recognize the 4%.
You might lose some of the return.
Right.
By 30 day, you can buy 60 day. You could always sell them.
Right. You could sell them, but you wouldn't get the 4% unless you left them in there for 60 days. So, if you did sell them, you might only be getting 2%. Or it's
4% annualized. So if you buy 1 month, for example, you get 1/12 of 4% at the end of 30 whether it's 30, 60, 90.
Right, and
120.
typically we could
Yeah.
do that with certificates of deposit. We
Same
could,
idea,
we
right.
could schedule them like every 6 months to have ones to due. But currently, we weren't seeing huge rates on those. So this is really just another bank account basically for our treasurer to move funds if we see it's doing better there. I can look into the T-bills that you're talking
Yeah,
about,
I was
but
be curious,
I
but
thought
they're
it was
so
prohibitive.
profitable right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else have questions? I'm sorry.
Just the only concern that I would have about T-bills, by the way, and I understand the profit is that as we've lived through these unfortunate times, I think what Ms. O'Hara is pointing out, we wouldn't want to lose any money if we had to take money out to use for any sort of, we are a school district, so I would be, and this is taxpayer dollar as opposed to, our private
But
funds, so I would just be careful.
Our budget is our budget is very predictable, right? Our expenditures are quite predictable. And you're not talking about putting 100, right? And then, so when you buy these treasuries, again, I don't know if the school district, that's my question is, as a school district, can we, but they shouldn't really have any meaningful cost to buy them, or there's treasury accounts. But, all the news numbers that, all of corporate America is putting all their money, all their cash. Everyone's like, where can I find pockets of cash that I'm not spending till next month and buy food? Also, that's why when you tell me, when I hear 2.8%, it just seems, and that's with paying, because what you sent us, there's like loads of, you're paying loads, you're paying fees, and it's all built in there. Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. O'Hara, I'm not a money person. I'm really good at saving it and budgeting. So does this conversation give you pause as to what was discussed in the budget committee meeting, such that you would say, you know what, let's not do this right this second, or do you still feel confident that this is the right thing to do? And yeah, I think that's it. I think I remember you saying that there was a brokerage fee involved with this as well.
Yes, which is just a small fee because there's a pool of municipalities, mostly school districts, that are sharing in that. It doesn't give me pause at all. It's really like saying we have another bank account to move funds into. So if we did, and I'll get back to you on the T-bills, it was my understanding that it wasn't something a school district could actually do by itself. But I'll get back to you with that. So if the money is put in here, it's not like it's going to be tied up. It can be in 24 hours or a couple of hours. It depends on which account we put it into in NILAP. But it's really just somewhere else to put our money while it's sitting.
Anybody else have questions on that one? No? Okay. So, anyone have objection to that last? Or we're okay with? Okay, so we'll go ahead with that one. That's, Ms. Hart, you'll just bring that to the board. Okay? And energy performance contract, Ms. Epstein.
Yes, thank you. Last recommendation. Mr. Graham, in his extensive presentation, provided information that we currently do have an energy performance contract with Johnson Controls. It has a guaranteed performance period that expires in July of 2037. The district will save a total of $7.7 million throughout the term of this contract. We can look to enter into a new energy performance contract with another vendor or make an amendment to our current agreement. Those are our options. The benefit of entering into an energy performance contract is that it provides savings that are greater than the cost of the project. We have no increases in our budget while receiving building improvements and also environmental benefits. Overall, there appear to be more benefits and risks to pursuing an EPC for some of our improvements, and therefore, for that, it is the recommendation of the Budget and Facilities Committee, in conjunction with the administration, that the BOE approve moving forward with the planning and preparation for expanding the scope of our current energy performance contract, or sending out for RFP for a new energy performance contract, if that's what is deemed appropriate by our business office and Mr. Graham. Does that make sense? Oh, okay.
Question. I was at the meeting and I didn't think of this question at the time. Is there any cost initially, is there any cost outlay to the district or for the district to do either of these options? I understand that there's a savings somewhere along the way, but do we have to spend money to save money? Whoever is competent to answer it.
So, no, there wouldn't. What the district would likely do is put together a request for proposal, and we would have various companies come, probably 3 or 4. They would come to our budget committee and make a presentation of where they see that we could actually save money. Like, what could we do? Could we put in solar things? Could we look at wind opportunities? Could you look at the lighting? They'll propose to us what they think would be best for us, and they'll calculate the savings, all at no fee.
So they don't get paid for that, but, so let's say they said you could save X number of dollars if you put in solar roofing, then we pay for the solar roofing. There's some sort of outlay at some point on.
Correct. So this all has to be approved by the state. So what they would propose is you would go out for a bond, an energy performance bond, that would be paid for through the savings. So the state would not approve this unless you had savings in your budget to actually pay for it. So that's why it wouldn't go out to the voters, because it's budget neutral. It would actually hopefully save you more than you're going to be expending on the bond.
Dr. Block?
So what we're committing to right now is just hearing the proposal?
Yes.
Okay, I can commit. So I look forward to hearing the proposal and with a skeptical eye.
It's the same here. Great. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Ms. Malconey, I didn't see anyone else raising their hand. Ms. Malconey, and yeah. Any objections? Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Epstein. Next, we will go to Curriculum Committee. Ms. Malconey.
Thank you. We have not had a meeting since the last BOE meeting. Our next meeting is this Friday, in fact, at 9 o'clock in the CAM Annex. And the topic is, my glasses, dual enrollment and AP examination data overview, presented by none other than Dr. Feeney and Dr. Bear from our high school. We hope you can make it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry, I had to just check on one thing. Ms. Epstein, back to you on audit 10.5.
Audit committee did meet in executive session. We met with our external auditors. You saw the presentation this evening. Our next meeting will be on January 18th at 9 a.m. in the CAM Annex. I also was so excited about my recommendations for budget committee meeting. I neglected to remind everyone we will not be having a November meeting due to some conflicts, but we are going to have a really jam-packed December 12th meeting. So we look forward to seeing everyone then. Take November off and join us for December.
Great. Thank you very much. 10.6 is the Legislative Task Force. Ms. Brooks.
Okay, so as I tried to put together a meeting for the Legislative Task Force, and the morning of the meeting discovered that we no longer had a quorum. And so, pursuant to the charter, needed to cancel that meeting. And in the process of going forward, I reached out to the Committee on Open Government, and I asked them directly if there was any reason that the task force could not meet virtually. And I was told, and I gave them the parameters of the task force. I explained how many community members there are, how many board members there are, that it's advisory only, so forth and so on. And I shared this with several members of the board, and I was told by the committee, directly by the Committee on Open Government, that this was not considered a public body subject to the open meetings law, and yes, we could meet virtually, go forward and have your virtual meetings. So some board members said that there should be further discussion and we should talk about the process, and I don't know if those individuals still want to discuss that today, and if not, then I would like the blessing of the board to try to reschedule and go forward virtually, at least for the initial meeting, so that we can get a chairperson selected, get a priorities list selected, and start to schedule the remaining at least 3 meeting dates of the year, and then try to get an in-person. Obviously, in-person would be better, but there, I think it's 16 people on the committee. So it's like herding cats sometimes. And if I can meet virtually and it's more convenient for everybody to do that, the Committee on Open Government has given their blessing. So first I'll ask if there's any further comment or discussion from anybody, or if anybody's any objection to me trying to schedule. And I'm not the chairperson, I'm just the facilitator at this point. If anybody remembers, at the last meeting I was kind of dubbed facilitator temporarily. Ms. Epstein?
I don't want a long discussion about this, but I just want to say, I don't mind that we meet virtually. I'm fine with that because it is under the open meetings law, and there are 3 criteria that we meet for that. I would just ask that if that's the direction we're going to go, so as not to be confusing, I recommend that the policy committee look at policy 2260 and 2250.1. We may want to make one big policy on committees, and really include language about what qualifies for the open meetings law and what doesn't. Just so that, again, it's not confusing for anyone, even board members, as to why some committees are required to follow open meetings law and some are not. That would just be my only request.
That doesn't prevent me from going forward, though, is that correct? Just want to make sure there's, okay. Anybody else? No? Okay, great. So all of you people on the legislative task force out there, I'm going to pick some dates and hopefully we can get this done in October.
Great, thank you very much to all of our committee chairs and members. Moving on, item 11. So we have 11.1, which is the adoption, or sorry, the approval of the minutes, September 20th, September 12th, September 16th, exec session, audit committee, June 21st, policy and personnel, and October 11th, executive session of the audit committee again. If we can get a motion to approve 11.1. Ms. Brooks, a second. Ms. Bayes, all in favor? We have everybody 7-0. Great. 11.1 is approved. Moving on to action items. Nobody pulled anything, so if I can please have a motion to approve 12.1.1 through 12.6.3. Ms. Bayes, second Ms. Brooks. All in favor? 7-0. The action items 12.1. I'm sorry, okay, thank you. I will get right to that. 12 items. 12.1.1 through 12.6.3 are approved. And thank you to our anonymous donor on item 12.2 for $500 for school supplies for grades K through 5. We very much appreciate that. I'm sorry? Does it say that? Oh. Got it. I go behind. Thank you very much. Okay. Past these 4 pages of 12. Okay, 13. So at the previous meeting, everybody, we had decided to change one of our board meetings. So the October, so we were removing the January 24th and adding a January 31st. Yeah, so all in favor of, sorry, can I get a motion for 13.1? Ms. Brooks, a second. Ms. Bayes, all in favor? Great, 13.1 is approved, so the January 24th meeting is replaced with the January 31st meeting. 14, board policy, we do not have anything on, so we're moving on to old business. We have a comment from the community from our last meeting, which I'm not quite sure that reading this is exactly asking the question, but the question was, is the district looking at the weighting of grades as was brought up by a community member?
Yeah, so it's something that Dr. Feeney, Dr. Bear, and I will be looking at in the near future. It's something I've heard over the past several years, so we'll certainly update the board when we look to move forward with that. Thank
So thank you very much, Dr. Hines. Moving on, this is our second and final opportunity for the community to be heard. So I'm not sure if anyone has signed in. I didn't see anybody, but someone could check the clipboard, please. Great. So we have no community comments. I actually did skip 16, which is new business. So Ms. Gilliard, new business?
I'll be super fast. It's not really new business.
We all appreciate that.
I'm squeezing it in. I just wanted to remind the community that Election Day is November 8th, which is fast approaching, and that we also now have early voting in New York, which actually begins on Saturday, October 29th, and we are very lucky that one of the approved early voting locations is our very own Port Washington Public Library. So it's very easy to vote early from October 29th through, I believe, November 6th. I know everybody has many issues that they think about when they're trying to decide who to cast their vote for. And I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but I wanted to highlight that some of the offices up on this in this election are offices that have an impact on our schools and particularly our school funding. And so when you are thinking about who to vote for, particularly for our state assembly person and our state senator for those two positions, I would do your homework and think about which candidates have shown that they support public education and that they will support advocating for further funding for our schools, because that's one of the ways that these two offices really impact the education here in Port Washington.
Thank you, Ms. Gilliard. So I am now going to make a motion for the board to re-adjourn to executive session. We do have to finish discussing a personnel matter. We are not going to return to this room, so we are going to turn off the live stream. And if anybody is interested, we will be making our final motion to adjourn from the hallway outside of the faculty cafeteria. So I am going to make a motion to adjourn to executive session. Is there a second? Ms. Brooks, all in favor? 7-0. Up 6. 1, 2. We have serious enough. We do a motion. I do. We get the motion. Okay, so 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for staying late.
You can always go and watch the